How's that? That's probably better. I was muted. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. A little rusty. A little rusty. But oh, 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 go away. All right. What is up, everybody? How are we doing? Today we're gonna be doing what we were supposed to do last week for stream, which was dig into Michael Flynn. Now, I said I was going to dig into Michael Flynn, and then I ended up rescheduling the stream twice, and I think some people thought that the Flynn people got to me or something. That's not the case. Just life stuff. Life happens, you know. Had some stuff come up on the schedule that overlapped with some other stuff, and I've just had a lot I've had to get done. And I decided to prioritize IRL stuff and then come back to streaming once that was all taken care of. So that was it. I'm not under duress. My life is not in danger as far as I know. I'm not gonna pull a James O'Keefe and say what he did, like the Masonic hand symbol, and then he was like, my life's in danger, I've got to hide out for a week. Yeah, okay, sure you do, sure you are. All right, so I thought we would just start with a picture of Michael Flynn and just see where we get. We got Cocoa Biscuits. It's me, Sarah P. So I'm down to go whatever direction you guys want to go. We could do his America's Future stuff. I'm going to be doing things a little differently this time around, where I'm going to make sure that I'm logging all of our sources and trying to categorize them. Great news, not in trouble. Not in trouble. Lizard Man? Who, Michael Flynn? Probably. I haven't seen any evidence that he's not a lizard man. I'll say that. Nobody's ever proven that he isn't a lizard man. At least to me. What's up, DB? How you doing, brother? Cocoa Biscuits, Annecy McGee, Question Life, Layla Decker. How we doing? Pastel. All right, so maybe, because I do have a lot of his America's Future people, maybe we start with that. Maybe we start with America's Future. Oh. So these are all the people that are on America's Future. And I can go get a thing for that if you guys need it. A source. So we have his brother and his sister. We have Kirk Cameron. Doing well. Doing well. We have Kirk Cameron, which is always going to be funny to me. Is Liz Crokin officially on America's Future? And it was funded by Charles Koch, wasn't it? Or is? Sources are going to be great. Yeah, let me look at americasfuture.net. Leadership and board of directors. There's Mary Flynn O'Neill. There's Mike Flynn, Laura Logan, Paul S. Hoffaker, Mike Smith, Ivan Raiklin. So I'd say so far we're doing pretty good. We can also look at their 990s. So I think I might do this. Yeah, whatever. and do it like this. So that way we have them all. Although I do think it might be better to do this. America's Future. New note. So I'm trying to learn how to do this correctly. Board of Directors. Right? So maybe we get rid of the web and we'll just have the sources. Would that be better? Or I'll tell you what if we screenshot each person's picture from the website? That seems like a good idea. We're also going to be looking at their 990s. Sources are going to be great. I've been getting along. Hope you've been doing good yourself. I haven't been able to catch a stream for weeks. All good, brother. Live your life first. That's what's important. That's what they don't want you to do. All right, so we have Mike Flynn, Laura Logan. Did I not put her on here? Oh, I see. She was so far off the web I couldn't copy her. I've been trying to learn more stuff with Obsidian to see what all I can do, and apparently there's a lot. Apparently I've been using it the least efficient way. So we've got Laura Logan. We've got Paul S. Hoffaker. We have Mike Smith and Ivan Rakelin. And then we're going to look at their 990s and see who else has been a part of this before. Because I have a feeling we're going to find some stuff. Who's this? Mike Smith. Ivan Rakelin. Man, he is one unfortunate looking person. If anybody is a lizard on here, it's definitely this guy. All right, so we have the America's Future people. City and tutorial in a month's time. Yeah, something like that. All right, so we have Mary F. O'Neill. Trying to see if there's any other names that come up on here. Tracy Diaz. Wilkes Barre. Flynn Consulting Group. Who was part of the Flynn Consulting Group? About Us. I don't think that's the same one. Get everything from Mike Flynn right there off his Wikipedia. The NSA. And he's like a disgraced NSA guy, which, I mean, they're all disgraceful, but, you know. And the DIA. Is there anything to connect him to IARPA? I feel like he's one of those IARPA guys. Because he's connected to Q, right? The Flynn Intel Group. Yup. Yup. Flynn Intel Group. They're a pack, technically, I guess, right? Turkish businessman close to Erdogan, or however you say his name. Paid the Flynn Group $530,000 to investigate Fethullah Gulen. Fig Cyber Inc. and Fig Aviation. Q seems to think Flynn is some kind of savior. His personal information shows he met and donated to the Proud Boys. Wait, really? Fig Aviation. What do you think those are about? What do you think he needs an aviation company and a cyber, I guess, cyber defense company or something? And by Timothy Newberry and Mike Coombs. Both of them? Website no longer operates, and AP visits to 3 Northern Virginia locations associated with the firm no longer show any company activity or identification. His history in PsyOps is probably why. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. So it doesn't say who's in charge of what, though. Timothy Newberry. Black Horse Solutions. Sold to Parsons. It doesn't say. But now he's part of this, whatever 1011 is. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Profile not found. See, it's got him here, but it didn't have him here, did it? Oh, okay, there was more. That's my fault. Tim Newberry right there. KKR, that's familiar. Former CEO redacted. What the hell does that even mean? Oh, that's the company name, I guess. That's weird. All right. Partner emeritus in DCM Adventures. $10.11. All right. Got flowers growing and veggies sprouting. Been trying to stay busy. Who lying today? Everybody's lying, dude. Bridge Angel Investors. All right, that's not what I wanted. I see Rebel New 7Cs are doing a great job exposing these devil demons. Thank you. I see Rebel News has started promoting separatism in Canada, so conservative. Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. Vault Tree? White Canvas Group. A friend and business associate, John Iadonisi. Says one of his companies was helping Flynn with an investigative effort for an ally of the Turkish government. Only after he was forced to step down from his White House post. At the same time, Iadonisi was also doing work for the Trump campaign, although his role was not publicly reported, according to people familiar with his involvement. Project Iadonisi was engaged in for Trump's campaign focused on social media, according to a person with knowledge of the arrangement. What that work consisted of and why his company was not disclosed as a vendor in campaign finance reports remains a mystery. Trump campaign paid $200,000 for data management services to Cold Ventures, that is an investor in VizSense, a social media company co-founded by Iadonisi. Iadonisi, a former Navy SEAL, started the company in 2015 with Tim Newberry, a nuclear engineer who served as a submarine officer. It was spun out of the duo's consulting firm White Canvas Group, which they once described as a privatized DARPA. Well, that's not what I wanted. Let's see if they have an archive. Going back to 2021. Maybe. So we need to get this Aya Denisi guy on here. And Tim Newberry. And Aya Denisi was running something for Trump regarding social media with this VizSense. Which was him and Tim Newberry. Oh. And Trump was paying Colt Ventures. So we'll go here and we'll go Aya Denisi, VizSense, Colt Ventures, Trump. So does he have this white canvas on here? He does. White canvas. People. Well, that sucks. Woo. What is this? Okay, here it is. Tim Newberry was over Fig Cyber and White Canvas. And so what's this White Canvas group about? It said they got awarded a contract. And Colt Ventures was Darren Blanton. Novo to investigate Fethullah Gulen. There's no indication Michael Flynn is linked to the $48 million contract. Tim Newberry was CEO of Fig Cyber in 2016 when Flynn was hired by Novo. Tim Newberry and IOTAS. Aya Denisi. So Aya Denisi was also involved with the White Canvas group then. shared office space with Flynn. Salute. What's up, Tim Hinchcliffe? Okay, so this was that same article I was reading. All right. Washington Post made repeated inquiries to Ioannidis and other Vicence officials, but none responded to requests for comments. Michael Glassner, executive director of the Trump Campaign Committee, said invoices show Colt Ventures was paid for a social media project that involved video content creation and millennial engagement in the campaign's final month. He declined to comment on why the payment went to a venture capital firm and whether campaign officials were aware of this firm's connection to Vicence and Ioannidis. Common for political vendors to hire subcontractors whose work is not publicly reported. However, campaign committees cannot seek to avoid disclosure by paying an entity which does not have a relationship with the ultimate recipient. Colt Ventures was founded by Darren Blanton, who later served as an advisor to Trump's transition. Met with Steve Bannon. Okay. Is there anything on Steve Bannon and Flynn? Because I know Bannon is close with Brock Pierce. And in my other webs that I have here, who was it? Brock Pierce. I mean, he was close to a lot of people. But we can bring all this stuff from a previous episode over. All right. Let's see. All right. So we've got all this Bitcoin stuff, and then Steve Bannon with IGE. All right. Colt also sent a report to Bannon about work done for the campaign. Unclear whether the approved contract with Colt Ventures. Bannon declined to comment, but a White House official said Bannon is not aware of any of these companies or contracts. Did not respond. Shortly after the post, updated an online list of companies that make up its investment portfolio and added Vicence. Oh. Oh. File not found. Oh, okay. Let's see if we can go to that white canvas group and see who all's... Ah. Maybe. Oh. there anything else on this? Good. Happy to be live to witness all the other worldly nonsense unraveling. Oh, here we go. About us. Okay. That's it. Well, okay, well, that's not much. Is in DOD. He was a Navy SEAL. Where was that privatized DARPA thing we were looking at? That was on... Not that. All right. Privatized DARPA. Okay, that must have been this. Combat wounded, decorated veteran. Okay. White Canvas Group and responsible for day-to-day operations and sustained client engagement. Nuclear engineer. Catholic University. U.S. Naval Academy. New Haven and Connecticut. John Little. White Canvas has been involved in a lot of interesting projects, from crowdsourced crisis communications products like Grid Me Now to social media analysis to your long-time involvement in the hacker. Can you really tell us where White Canvas is devoting most of its energy at the moment, where you see yourselves headed in the next 3 to 5 years? Been a big fan of yours over the years. Everything we do day in and day out. Fifth year connects. Behind every social media account, keyboard, and mobile phone is a person. Our expertise is technology development, but our focus is to serve people with that technology. Okay. The Arab Spring. Social technologies. So where do they say DARPA? Right now we're focusing on a handful of projects. We like to describe ourselves as a privatized DARPA. Most of your readers will probably understand that analogy, except we like to produce a bit faster and be a bit more practical in solving tomorrow's problems today. Whoa, thank you for the fucking 20, Mia. What the hell? Happy to be live too. Not a direct Flynn Bannon connection, but Trump stacks military academy boards with MAGA loyalists. The president's appointments include Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon's daughter. Wait, what? Thank you for the 20, Mia. Holy shit. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Thank you. Thank you for the support. You are very appreciated. Politico last St. Patty's Day. Including Michael Flynn and Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon's daughter. Thank you for the 20, Mia. Holy shit. True Social to the United States Military Academy's Board of Advisors. Board of Visitors. Maureen Bannon. This may have to be a two-parter. Oh, what is that? The Holy War? There's no holy shit in the Bible. What? I don't subscribe to all that. Adam Green knows Flynn's and Alex Jones pastor. I can't think of it. Oh man, I should ask him. Like he knows him personally or knows who it is? God bless from the Netherlands. Hey, welcome to the stream, brother. Glad to have you. Wesley Hunt. And this is the U.S. Military Academy. And then who else was it? Mike Flynn, Maureen Bannon, Wesley Hunt, David Bellavia. Which I don't know how significant this is for Flynn. I'm assuming it's going to be a big deal for him, like training future soldiers, right? He's on repeat mode since 2017. All right, let's see here. Did you say Kirk Cameron was Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk? The Air Force's Board of Visitors? What? Pastor's deceased now, but he was inspiration for the Reawaken tour. Truly love your work, brother. It is very good. Thank you. Uppercase Gums, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, fuck Charlie Kirk, man. Charlie Kirk sucks. You can tell him I said it, too. He can gum about it all he wants to. Someone should ask Charlie Kirk if he should be grateful. Never mind. Never mind. Whoa! What? Thank you, Mia, for the other 20. What did I even do? He looks like a 13-year-old virgin. Yeah, he does. Q Millop stuff. Okay, I run away now. Thank you for joining us, Mia. Yeah, that's fucking dope. I'll be able to pay my phone bill, I think, maybe. And that is a weight off my shoulders, dude. Shit's tough out here. The tariffs or terrific. Press Secretary Sean Spicer. Naval Academy Board of Visitors. All right, I think that's pretty much everything to do with with Flynn. So I need to see what else this Tim Newberry dude's been doing, because he seems interesting. Grid Me Now. I've never heard of Grid Me Now either. And what does 1011 Ventures even do? Being you and running away now. Have a great day. Thank you for hanging out with us for a minute, Mia, and thank you for the $40. That's fucking unprecedented. We're up against a mind-controlled population by now. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then White Canvas has received numerous Pentagon contracts, including nearly 150,000 last year from the Navy for deep and dark web capability and gap analysis. Has close ties to Flynn. Erdogan. And he's in charge of Turkey. All right. So that's what we've got so far. So what if we look at Laura Logan and her husband? Because there's a lot of stuff in that goes back to like Shadowbox and the people who claim responsibility for Q. Berlin's prayer and all Christians were in awe. C19 AI is coming in and will control 85% of the people. What can we do but pray? Try to delay it as much as you can. What is this? What is this? What are you showing me? I don't want this. What's that about? It's just something about AI in the web browser. I don't need that. $48 million to Black Horse Solutions. I guess I should put that one on here too. $48 million from the Pentagon. For what? What did the Pentagon give this company $48 million for? Research and development in the physical engineering and life sciences, except nanotechnology and biotechnology. Weird. Department of the Air Force. Black Horse Solutions. Shows the legal business name is White Canvas Group LLC. Contract will advance global vigilance, global reach, and global power in the information environment through the application, research, development, and transition of emerging technologies and next-gen solutions. There's another contract for $12 million. Custom computer programming services, ADP software. Okay. All right. He sat next to Russian President Vladimir Putin at his banquet table. Earth exists in 10 regions. There are no continents or countries. All is divided by flags from these families. Yeah, there's all the borders are fake. Retroactively registering. He resigned after information surfaced that he misled Mike Pence with Kislyak. Oh, come on. Damn, 85 snapshots. I would actually be curious to know more about Lara Logan's connections if you get to her again. I will. Ed Butowski. And I forget her... Is her husband Ed Butowski? Joseph Burkett, who was a CIA contractor. And he was part of the Seth Rich stuff, wasn't he? ADP software, like the payroll company? Yeah. Yeah, like the payroll company. How are we going to tell the people? Brother, you just have to wake up one person a day. And then they'll wake up someone else. And they'll wake up someone else. Sinclair Broadcast Group. You guys remember the Sinclair thing? Ooh, this is her talking about Pizzagate.
So, Liz Crokin, I don't think needs any introduction, does she? Really? Or maybe. Okay, so this woman, for all of you, how many of you have heard of Pizzagate? Okay. So then you know that the person who broke that story is Liz Crokin. And, you know, when I first heard about it, I was like, pizza, child trafficking, the Clintons. I was like, good Lord above. Okay, I got enough trouble with Benghazi. I don't need to be taking that on. And it was years before I realized and started to investigate and discovered, holy guacamole, this actually is all true. And so Liz has been targeted, I mean, relentlessly for a very long time. And she has never taken a knee. Not once. She's still 100% committed.
So that was Liz Crokin talking about Lara Logan. Well, about the Pizzagate stuff. Or Lara Logan talking about Liz Crokin about the Pizzagate stuff. Flynn is an evil man, dude. Campaign destroyed her. To destroy her, including by Media Matters. Media Matters is done by the Pritzkers, isn't it? I wish we could see some more on her husband. Let's see if we can look up some stuff on him. Laura Logan's Mystery Man. Okay. It's Logan's husband, Joseph Burkett, a former Army surgeon and one-time employee of a private intelligence outfit hired by the Pentagon to plant pro-U.S. stories in the Iraqi media in 2005. Was the Svengali behind the now infamous story that pinned responsibility for the Benghazi attack on al-Qaeda without citing any sources. He is an employee of the Lincoln Group, a now shuttered strategic communications and public relations firm hired by the Department of Defense in 2005 to plant positive stories written by American soldiers in Baghdad newspapers during the Iraq War. So he was part of the Lincoln Group. I wonder if that... Yep, okay. 404 as hell. It's when you know you found something good. I missed it. What did you discover? We've discovered a little bit. Let me see if I can find some stuff. So we have Laura Logan's husband is Joe Burkett, who worked at Iraq, was about ancient technology. Wasn't there an email from Hillary Clinton, something about the Nephilim or Gilgamesh or something? Let's get some Q ties going. Flynn is the center once it was taken over. Yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. Joseph Burkett, a defense contractor. Laura Logan has a quiet shotgun wedding. Gilgamesh's tomb. She asked for more details about that. Yeah. Defense contractor Joe Burkett, whose child she's expecting in January. They got married in a few weeks ago in a friend's apartment in New York City. Last year, 2 years after splitting with husband Jason Seaman, Logan, 37, started a war zone romance with CNN correspondent Michael Ware. After they broke up, she started dating Burkett. Okay. He did information operations. One former colleague of Burkett's told Gawker it was really spooky stuff. We worked with one of those special spooky aisle outfits that didn't even have a unit patch. It's the kind of work for which a close relationship with an American network correspondent might come in handy. $100 million. Holy shit. All about the D&A, I guess. S.Y. Coleman is being awarded an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract with a potential maximum value of $100 million. The Lincoln Group. Lincoln Group of Washington, D.C. is being awarded 100 million for media approach planning, prototype product development, commercial quality product development, product distribution and dissemination, and media effects analysis for the joint psychological operations support element. Joint Psychological Operations Support Unit. PSYOP. It was awarded by the Pentagon. All right. That's Tulsi's unit too. Is it? PSYOP Battalion, 440th Civil Affairs Battalion. Hold on. The psychological ops, yeah. Increased deployment readiness. Look at her with the mask on, dude. Image failed to load. Well. The Lincoln Group later became the target of Congressional and Defense Department investigators over its handling of U.S. cash and its propaganda tactics. CBS News never saw fit to disclose that one of its Star War correspondents became romantically involved with a man who was paid by the U.S. government to manipulate civilian public opinion about the disastrous war in Iraq. Nor has Burkett's background ever been reported in much detail. Most recently, the New York Times described him as a work-at-home congressional liaison without noting his employer. Arlington firm called Strategic Socials. Burkett served in the Texas Army National Guard for 9 years. Bill Burkett. There's no evidence the men are related, which would be pretty wild. So what's this Strategic Social then? Technology, business consulting, and program management. So here talking about Al-Qaeda. About us. Firm profile. Is it going to have the people? Our people. Matt Big, Matt Turman, Alan Smith, and Cliff Lopez. Mountain Runner Institute, Hover Software, and the Tillman Military Scholar Selection Committee. He has co-founded over 10 companies, including Mesh Networks, Milcom Tech, and Triton Network Systems. Damn. Okay. Mesh Networks, Milcom Technologies. Acquired by Constellus. Ooh, were they? Okay, I think that's important. Constellus Group. Where have I seen that before? Hold on. Was it? Oh, it was Caddis Cloud. Wait a minute. In there, was it Bill Gates? Constellus. I'm trying to think of maybe. I feel like I've looked this company up before. Hold on. Triple Canopy. Ah, the firm merged with rival security contracting firm Academy, formerly Blackwater, to form Constellus. Oh, so wait, Academy was... Okay, here it is. Z Services and was again renamed to Academy. So this is just Blackwater. Okay. All right. So let's bring this over here. So it's just Blackwater then. Constellus, which was Triple Canopy and Academy. which was Blackwater. That's crazy. And then that's where we get Eric Prince. And who was it? Adam Clark? Al Clark? Okay, so Laura Logan's husband worked at Lincoln Group, which got sold to Strategic Social, which then got bought by Constellus, which is just Triple Canopy and Blackwater put together. Craig Nixon becoming the CEO of Constellus. Virginia, OIG, Tom Caddis, Matt Mann. All right, so I'm going to add these people. Greg Mulligan. Matt Luckett. Jay Christie, Tom McNanny, and Juliet Protus. All right. And also on Blackwater is David Lopez. Oh, if I can get his name right. And then that's where you get the International Health Brands and Foster Colson and all that shit comes in. But Eric Prince, if I'm not mistaken, has some other ties here. So Eric Prince, also part of Frontier Services Group and Frontier Research Group. Really good friends with Dana Rohrabacher. So I'm just going to take all of this and add it. And then we can't forget Prince's sister. So let me go in here and fix these. So Frontier Services Group and Frontier Resources Group are both Eric Prince's stuff. He is good friends with Dana Rohrabacher, who was in with Ronald Reagan. Who is good buddies with Vladimir Putin. And so this Dana Rohrabacher guy said, who was it? Eric Prince said that Dana Rohrabacher was sort of like a mentor for him or something of that nature. And then Bob Barr is part of the Bill Clinton impeachment thing with Dana Rohrabacher. Dana Rohrabacher is also close with Oliver North and, like I said, Ronald Reagan. And then we can't forget Betsy DeVoe, his sister, who's married to Dick DeVoe. Betsy DeVoe being the Secretary of Education, Amway Corps, Alpha Bank, Neutralite. Betsy DeVoe was Secretary of Education under Trump. So we'll put her like over here. Get Putin away from her. And Donald Trump to Betsy DeVoe. The DeVoe family is very heavily invested in Blaze Media, which is Dave Rubin, Glenn Beck. I believe Lauren Chin was there for a while. Dave Rubin has me blocked. Dave Rubin. We have Glenn Beck. Who else is part of Blaze Media? Cofer Black. Directorate of Operations at the CIA. Served as the director of the Counterterrorism Center in the years surrounding the September 11th attacks. Flynn was at the RT dinner with Putin and Jill Stein. Oh yeah, I forgot that Jill Stein was there. This was Blackwater. So we're getting like Bush era intelligence agents. Total Intelligence Solutions. About. Okay. EverQ. Right, because Robert Ricker. Garen Peters. Damn it. LinkedIn sucks. You're looking at the 9/11 circle around Flynn. Farad Azima is a big one. I don't think I know about that. They always want to know my location. Trump shows how American soldiers will face a humiliating defeat if they attack Iran. Robert Howard. Zemosphere is understandable. U.S. President Donald Trump has repeatedly criticized Obama's handling of Iran. He said the previous administration's deal with Tehran over nuclear weapons was a bad one, called for a tougher stance, and edged closer to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's positions on the subject. Great Prophet 9. What is this? Masthead? Is this everyone at Blaze Media? Daniel Horowitz. Didn't he just die or something? Mark Levin. Didn't Mark Levin just get a administration seat? Christopher Bedford. Why does that name sound familiar? So we have Dave Rubin, Glenn Beck, Jason Whitlock, Daniel Horowitz. Didn't Daniel Horowitz literally just die? Or something? Is that the same Daniel Horowitz that I'm thinking of? Or is that a different guy? I swear I just heard something about a Daniel Horowitz guy dying. David Horowitz. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was David Horowitz. David Horowitz died. Okay. I'm wrong then. Don't mind me. Okay, so it's not him. All right, so we can do it like this. Dave Rubin, Glenn Beck, Jason Whitlock, Daniel Horowitz. I knew it was a Horowitz. Sarah Gonzalez. Who even listens to these people? Mark Levin. What seat did Mark Levin just get? Confirmed Homeland Security. Not that link. You got it. Yeah, he's part of Homeland Security now. He's DHS. That's ridiculous. Like, we got Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and Mark Levin. I feel safer already, don't you? Steve Deese. All I can think of is Adam Horowitz from the Beastie Boys. Mark Levin, Homeland Security. That is insane. I was just talking about him too. He's sponsored by some company. What was it? I think it's Pure Talk or Tax something America. Pure Talk. Yeah, he's sponsored by the same people that sponsor Steven Crowder and Sean Hannity and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. Some like random ass phone company. So I'm thinking we'll just take all these people and put them on there. Michael Knowles is also funded by this company. Ben Shapiro. Some lady named Reagan Conrad that I've never heard of. Was Buck Sexton one of them? Yeah. Isn't that the gay guy? Or something? No. No, I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of Buck Angel. So we have Pure Talk that sponsors all these people, including Mark Levin and Tucker Carlson. And I think... yeah, Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, Candace Owens, Steven Crowder. I think there was one more name on there, wasn't there? Tucker Carlson. I guess just Tucker Carlson. Taylor Carden and Gaston Mooney. Another episode where I go, fuck. Gaston Mooney missing from Blaze masthead, bottom of page on link. Ooh, good find. Good find. Let's look at this. Who owns Blaze Media? Glenn Beck. Mark Levin is the founder of Levin TV, which grew to become CRTV. The company's CEO is Tyler Carden, and its president is Gaston Mooney. Gaston Mooney. If I remember correctly, the Alpha Bank stuff is tied up with Russia, isn't it? Isn't that like a Russian bank or something? What was the thing with Amway Core and Alpha Bank? The Alpha Amway Russian loyalty card program is created when Amway joined with Alpha Bank. License to banking operations received from Central Bank of Russia and first corporate accounts open. Kazakhstan, in partnership with the Lauder Institute of the Wharton School of Business, establishes a new award for excellence in foreign investment. Alpha Amway, Russian, when Amway joined with Alpha Bank, reported several media outlets, computer servers belonging to Alpha Bank and the Trump organization, an accusation that has been discredited. Trump associates and Russian officials. Reagan Conrad is who replaced Brett Cooper on the Daily Wire's The Comment section. David Horowitz's son is co-founder of Andreessen Horowitz. Wait, really? David Horowitz. Shit. So his dad just died. Loud Cloud, Ford Motor Company, Nike Inc., Gannett. Oh, so Andreessen Horowitz would fit into my Gannett Media. So yeah, Amway and Alpha Bank. Alpha Bank is like a huge Russian bank. Omid Malik also backs Tucker and Don Jr. Yeah, the 1789 Capital. And that's I'm researching Mark Andreessen right now. Ooh, what can you tell me? How's it going, Aisha? I still have to respond back to your messages. Mead, Malik, Peter Thiel. I swear, if there's a stream that ever comes up that Peter Thiel doesn't, his name isn't included in the web, there's probably a problem. Was Donald Trump Jr. one of the people getting... No, he was just getting it from Tax Network USA. But then you have to include all of that too then, right? So we have all these other fucking people. Steven Crowder. I think they're giving money to Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles. Damn it. Gonna have to drag Brock Pierce's stuff down just a little bit. The reptile is an anagram for Peter Thiel. Yeah, it is. Alpha Bank also connected to the Clinton Foundation. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. That's not what they want to see. All right, this should help me a little bit. So we have Steven Crowder, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Reagan Conrad, Jordan Peterson, Lex Friedman, Bill O'Reilly, Charlie Kirk came back up again. Where's he? There he is. Charlie Kirk. Matt Walsh. Grant Stinchfield. We got Kimberly Guilfoyle. Wasn't Kim Guilfoyle one of the Trump's exes or something? Candace Owens. Dave Rubin. Uh-oh. How are we going to do this? There we go. Maybe I can... Okay. And then Russell Brand. And Donald Trump Jr. Uh... Donald Trump Jr. Lonsdale. Yeah, Joe Lonsdale, Peter Thiel, and Andressen. I have a bunch of stuff on Andressen. A lot of it's like adjacent stuff instead of a direct deep dive, but in 1789 Capitol is also Donald Trump Jr., who is Donald Trump's son. Okay. Megyn Kelly. Tax Network USA. And they're all connected to the Wellness Company, which is Eric Prince, David Lopez bullshit. I may put him out here. And then that's where you get the Wellness Company and all those people. So we're going to maybe come back to that part. Because we all know how that ends up. It ends up like this. Andressen, Don Jr.'s ex. That's right. Invested in multiple special economic zones, including California Forever and Northern California, Prospera off the coast of Honduras, and Praxis is in an as yet to be announced location. Praxis is their seasteading thing, isn't it? Hold on. I'm pretty sure I have something on that. Not a lot, but some stuff. Yeah. Praxis. Pronomos Capital. Which is funding multiple special economic zone projects across the world. These special economic zones have been linked by various sources to the network state movement. Guilfoyle is Gavin Newsom's ex-wife and Trump's son's current. She's Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend. One big club. I'm glad I'm not in it. Gavin Newsom's ex. Let's see this thing about the Clinton Foundation. What is this about? So you're saying Andressen is also invested in the Praxis thing? Oh. Guilfoyle is the Blake Lively of politics. I don't know what that means, but it's still funny. I don't know anything about Blake Lively except she's married to Ryan Reynolds or something. I don't know. That a secret communications channel existed between Donald Trump and a Russian bank. In assembling and conveying these allegations, acted on behalf of specific clients, including the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. Used the law firm, which then engaged an opposition research firm, Fusion GPS, to spearhead smear. And Sussman coordinated with an executive from a tech company to use his access to non-public internet server information in an effort to establish a connection, which turned out to be an entirely legal connection, mind you, between servers used by the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. So, about Praxis. Next great city in Greenland. Oh, really? Dryden Brown posted on X a week after Donald Trump's reelection. PayPal Mafia, Pronomos Capital, founded by Patrick Friedman, grandson of Milton Friedman. Yeah. Patrick Friedman, Pronomos Capital, Milton Friedman, Stanford University, Hoover Institute, Columbia University, University of Wisconsin-Madison, Rutgers, Fulbright Visiting Fellow, Philadelphia Society. He worked with Ronald Reagan. Yeah, I started looking a little bit into this. Praxis has David Weinreb, which is Howard Hughes Holdings, which is General Growth Properties that gets money from Perishing Square Capital, which is Bill Ackman. Yeah. I was digging into that slightly. I still have to look into more stuff, but I'd love to pick back up on the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk web. Ken Howery. So is this saying that Alpha Bank colluded with the Clintons? Small-time grifters are the same as those billionaires. Yeah. I'm loving the unabashed belching. I belched? I did? When? All right. All right. All right. So we're going to go. So we kind of see loosely how all this works. So you see how this Laura Logan thing with her husband from the Lincoln Group just ended up tying back into Blackwater, and then we get the whole influencer shit. Do I even bring in the wellness company stuff? I'll probably do that later. All right, so we need to look more into this side. A while back, I have something small to add to the Teal Musk Web, Andreessen to Netscape to Mozilla to Firefox. Oh, don't tell me he owns Firefox. I respect how you gave Bjerknes a platform here on and did not interrupt him. That shows character. Well, I see a lot of creators have like a lot of people that report on stuff have beefs with each other. I don't care about all of that. I don't care if people are fighting with each other. If they're telling the truth, that's all that matters to me. And I like the things that Bjerknes says. Netscape, Mosaic, and Godzilla. And Mosaic was Andreessen, right? I think I have some of this. Hold on. Right here. Mark Andreessen, Netscape, Eric Bina, James Clark. Put in 30 years and wrote books about what is happening now. I'm just copies and bags for those donations. Netscape was Andreessen. Right there. I wonder why he's not clickable. Oh, because he is up here. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. Is there any browser that isn't funded by these? I guess it wouldn't be big enough. All right. All right. So let's go back to this. The Laura Logan, Joe Burkett. Because I want to get into the Q stuff and the Seth Rich stuff. Because I think that's where all this starts to come in. The Ed Batowski stuff. Who else was involved with that? Schoenberger, Malia Zimmerman, Matt Couch. All right, so let's do this. Laura Logan is close to Ed Batowski. Who's also friends with Joe Burkett. It's going to be a rude awakening by 2030 when they switch off OnlyFans and these small-time grifters, especially the ones. Yep. Yeah. Anytime something is, it's probably a psyop. It's probably a psyop. So we have Ed Batowski. And this is where the Seth Rich wiretapping scandal. And we had Thomas Schoenberger, Malia Zimmerman, and Matt Couch. And Manuel Chavez. Then this is where Fitzgibbon starts to come in. Did you hear the Onnit company that Joe Rogan was part of and sold it after they got sued? Yeah, he had that Alpha Brain supplement and sold Onnit to Unilever. And so Shadowbox comes out of that. So Shadowbox was like a personal internet army that was by Schoenberger, Chavez, and Fitzgibbon. Maybe I'll bring Fitzgibbon back over here. Trevor Fitzgibbon. Alpha Brain, yeah. Matthew North did a nice expose on Joe and Alex. Yeah. Was sued for sexual abuse against another man. Aubrey Marcus, the guy that he founded On It. Is that right? And then, wait a minute. So we have Michael Levine was also part of Shadowbox. Got to go to archive again. Maybe. Claimed to have inside information, and Donald Trump was secretly on a righteous mission to save the world from an evil cabal of satanic Democrats. Spawn a movement. They continued to gather. What just happened? Just says, ha. Weird. What keeps happening? Flynn brags about using citizen journalists to fight insurgencies as digital soldiers. Professional gang stalking and trolling. Yeah. I found a video where Manuel Chavez, Young America's Foundation.
Obama. I mentioned it to a couple of guys, also with Milo Yiannopoulos.
Hold on. Milo.
Important thing for a young person to be up here doing this. It's like having your obituary read, though. You know? So thank you very much.
What can I do?
You're awesome, and thank you. Big round of applause for Emily.
Thomas Prison Palantir Pegasus Exposed NSA Surveillance 2019 documentary.
Thank you. Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, somebody mentioned Dinesh D'Souza. I was with Dinesh D'Souza last night. And the other, for the young audience here, for the young ones here, and I mentioned it to a couple of guys, also with Milo Yiannopoulos. Okay? So, see, a lot of people in here won't know who he is. I tag him on Twitter, you know, because he's a phenomenal individual. And I'm mentioning him tonight because he spoke alongside of me last night to another group of folks, and you know, he's definitely one of the most different, one of the most brave people that I've ever met. We have different views on different things, but he is deeply, deeply conservative in his views about this country, and so he is going around this country at the undergraduate or in our colleges and universities, and he is fighting for you, for all of the people in here. We had two individuals last night, one from Bucknell and one from UC Irvine, who was with us. They were the presidents of the Republican associations of their schools, talking about what they were being assaulted for, they were being condemned for, you know. And then all of a sudden, of course, when we had the big victory on Tuesday, you know, everybody broke out their red hats and was walking around campus. But so, you know, what you're doing is amazing, and not only in this foundation, but also what you young people are demonstrating. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that, because this is about having courage. Okay,
So Milo's in with Flynn, is that right? That's my understanding. Wasn't Flynn connected to Millie Weaver on her Shadowgate documentary? Who's Millie Weaver? I don't think I know who that is. Let me look at something really quick. CPAC. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Nick Fuentes and Kanye West. A lot of people don't know this, but Nick Fuentes used to work with Ben Shapiro. Do you guys know that? So to Candace, isn't it really weird that Candace and Shapiro both were with Daily Wire and then left? Became more successful after leaving? I think that's pretty weird. Real one, they did him dirty. I did not know that. Nick is a good, almost no-eyed guy. Fresh out of prison are people that are on drugs to follow you around, break into your home and leave evidence so that you know someone was there. Yeah, she grifted $500,000. Fell out over Israel. Yeah. Wait, Emily Jashinsky? Emily Jashinsky. Daily Wire pushes to be influencers. Yeah. Yup. That's exactly right. Millie Weaver. All right, hold on. Do we put Kanye West on here? Robert Mercer. Also connected with Milo, who is Rebecca Mercer's father. Let's see. We'll do like this. Nope. Because I guess Robert Mercer was also a proponent of Milo. So Robert Mercer to Milo. Fuentes was recently on InfoWars and Owen S. show. You have to put him as Ye, not Kanye West. Yay, the character. Yay. All right, so what's this? Millie Weaver and Emily Jashinsky? Shadowgate. Fired Weaver from InfoWars. Weaver tweeted that the charges have been dropped. She introduced Flynn in that video in Shadowgate. Flynn pushed her into the spotlight and she dropped an interview with Flynn. Ye was Universal Music Group under Jay-Z and Def Jam. Yep. Worked for InfoWars, but her docs I found to be good. Well, apparently in one of the documentaries, she introduces Michael Flynn. Hold on one second. Pro-Trump rally. Didn't turn to face Jones. Jones eventually had to reach out and shake Flynn's hand. Ran away from me. Story continues. Jones fired longtime InfoWars host and conspiracy theorist David Knight. I thought Knight said that he quit. They sponsored Caitlin Bennett. Shadowgate was bipartisan Q-type stuff. You have Universal Music Group and a different web. Yes, I do. One of the key players she researched is General Mark Milley. For robbing her own mother. How do I look at that? Exclusive footage, Weaver, Andrew Yang, center left. Law Enforcement Today, a pro-police website that recently pushed disinformation about Antifa starting wildfires in Oregon. Tucker Carlson, Michael Flynn, right-wing media personality Dan Bongino, and conservative activist Tom Fenton. Have you heard of the D-Wave computer that came out in 2016, and 3 years before it came out, one of the founders said that comp would be able to read your thoughts and he was suicided? Yeah, I've got D-Wave in my Technocracy in-game web. So, can someone tell me about this Shadowgate thing more in depth? Who all was involved? Mark Milley. Shadowgate 3.0, and this is going to feature General Mike Flynn. So where can I see that? West Contra Costa Unified School District. The fuck is that? All right. So is this not out then? When did this get posted? 5 years ago. So did she never come out with it, or I'm confused? Shadowgate isn't too important. It was the connection between her, Flynn, InfoWars, and the Q narrative. They got part 3. I want to see it too. These grifters don't stop once they get away with one long con. She had a partner in crime. 2020, she got arrested. A woman that claimed to be Navy intelligence. It was released in 2020. It was banned everywhere. She didn't continue. Oh. So then we could bring in Alex Jones. Because Alex Jones plugs Mike Flynn anyway. And he's also worked with Ivan Raiklin, if I'm not mistaken. And Alex is also buddies with Tucker Carlson. And Roger Stone. Yep. Yep. Let's see here. Maybe we'll do this. And that. We'll do Millie Weaver. She was working with Flynn on Shadowgate. Patrick Berge. Just been on a dark She's been on Dark Journalist a few times. Daniel List Denology. Tip of the Spear, located in Tampa, Florida. Current one is Go Bigly. What is Go Bigly? He grifted $500,000. Special operations. I saw something about, it was like Canary in the Coal Mine or something. Hold on. I think it was this one. They blocked me? Why? Didn't they just have a thread about Florida? Patrick Berge was a PSYOP agent that saw tech he developed being used on U.S. soil. Why did this guy block me? What the fuck did I do? Roger Stone, The Swamp. There's Steve Bannon and fucking Rabbi Shmuley. This is going into Dustin Nemos. All right, hold on. Sorry, Aisha linked me something. Patrick Berge, Trump, Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, General Flynn. The Shadow Net. Patrick Berge. Ukraine Color Revolution by Paul Manafort. Patrice Ballad. So I'm going to put Shadowgate on here. Michael Flynn. Patrick Berge. Guys that blocked is likely an Ian Carroll fan. That's unfortunate. I know they were like accusing a bunch of people of working for Flynn, like Escanor and Corbo. Wyoming Shell Company. Flynn was trained by the well-known Satanist Michael Aquino. Liz Crokin, early influencers, Dustin Krieger, Dustin Nemos. Is Dustin Nemos? Whitney's dad is also based in Florida, has weird ass ties. Roger Stone is in the Special Operations Command. They sponsor the Hodge twins also. Alex makes frequent trips to Florida. I wouldn't doubt it. So Dustin Nemos, is he a prominent character? Joe Flynn calls Dustin Nemo a digital soldier. Is Nemos attached to Flynn? I guess so. And then we have Roger Stone. Jerome Corsi is another contact that Alex used to have. He's CIA too. Whitney Webb's father was a high-ranking U.S. military officer specialized in communications warfare. What? He's an evangelical shit talker. Florida's Mossad and CIA's playground. He's a Jesus, was Aryan and McKing. Guru Amin Ali. Ali? Has been indicted. Distribution of Ibogaine. Oh.
One. Okay.
How do you hide something when there's nothing to hide? Look, son, to me, that I do that. The rest is pretty much history. One of the reasons I wanted to join you
Handling drugs
today
and distributing
is
them to the
because
White
I
House?
see the
What the
exact
fuck?
same kind of witch hunt unfolding around my friend Guru Amin Ali. Now, a lot of people are surprised on Twitter. A lot of people are surprised on social media that I really do know Amin, that he really has been like a son to me, that I really do have an extraordinarily high regard for his knowledge about fitness, about exercise, about nutrition, about pharmacology. And I think he's getting an extraordinarily raw deal here. And that's why I wanted to come on the show today to talk about that.
Okay. Well, he killed a guy. So there's that. OSY Technologies. Palo Alto Networks, Green Zone Systems, which is now Safe, Halo Privacy, and OSY Technologies. Michael Flynn financial disclosure. What was it? Report. Let's see if we can find it. Ah, there it is. Sure enough. Palo Alto Drone Aviation Holding Corporation. Trump for America Incorporated. Adobe? Roger Stone knows everyone because that's his job. Who started Q, CIA, 4chan, AI? As far as I'm aware, it started as an IARPA. Said the name Michael Aquino. William Cooper mentioned him in Behold a Pale Horse. Isn't Michael Aquino a Satanist? And he was one of Flynn's mentors or something? OSY Technologies. NSO Group. It's a subsidiary of the Q Cyber Technologies group of companies. Well, there you go. Q Cyber Technologies is the name the NSO group uses in Israel, but the company goes by OSY Technologies in Luxembourg and in North America, a subsidiary formerly known as Westbridge. So Michael Flynn is directly connected to the fucking NSO and Q cyber groups. And it's Q Cyber Technologies Group. Interesting name choice, right? And they work with Eric Prince via the NSO group. And that's where Eric Prince's phone comes from. Unplugged. Get all the shit out of here, dude. Unplugged. The Israeli startup that gave rise to the now infamous hacker for hire firm NSO Group. Iran Karpin. Which runs the unplugged phone. Which is Eric Prince's phone. Q, originally Mossad FSB, taken over by Flynn and his network. Ron Watkins was an easy patsy. Willingly or unwillingly, everybody works with Eric Prince. Yeah, we have Eric Prince's sister Betsy down here. NSO Group is made up of Talpiot program graduates, which is the top 1% of Unit I-200. This life is a video game, I swear. They have so many underground bases, they are going to at least try to reset that button. But the only question is, will it be 2030 or 2045? As one of the billionaires said, that all humans would be chipped. Yeah, it was Ray Kurzweil from Google said that 2045... I actually just reposted a thread I did about that recently. What do I have on Jerome Corsi and the Alex Jones stuff? Let me see if I can find that. I guess it'd be under the Trump admin stuff. Jerome Corsi, who's buddies with Ted Malloch, who's part of all this shit. So he's part of the UN. He was on the State Department. He was Committee on Foreign Relations. And he's part of the World Economic Forum. Ted Malloch is good buddies with Jerome Corsi. Anyone push Q harder than Corsi, at least on the big mainstream scale side of things? That's a great question. Their symbolism will be their downfall. It does feel that way. Cheers. And then Ivan Raiklin has been on InfoWars. So maybe we'll do like a... We'll do something like this. Roger Stone up here, Jerome Corsi up here, InfoWars right here. Jerome Corsi's been on, Roger Stone has been on, Ivan Raiklin's been on, Mike Flynn has been on. Millie Weaver was on. Someone said it's like a giant video game like The Sims. That is absolutely what's happening. Patrick Berge was on InfoWars. Oh, shit. I don't know much about Josh Hammer. What else do we have here? Because I feel like we're close. see, Shadowbox, Michael Levine. Because I feel like everything we're looking at, like, all together, like, this is Q. All of this shit. I think it's a network of people that are all pushing this, like, Donald Trump savior narrative. And it's all the same content creators and all this shit. Like, they're the propaganda wing of this military operation. Berge explained to Alex Jones that Trump did one InfoWars interview and was told to fuck off. Is that House of Hammer, Hollywood Army Hammer? Laura Logan's been on InfoWars. Oh, really? Is that so, Laura? Going to continue the Trump family legacy. The Peashnik guy. Because Alex Jones is also wrapped up with the Zelenko shit. Corsi and Stone are close. I forgot to tie them together. I think I did. All right, who else we got? Because I know Silent Partner from Trevor Fitzgibbon, he's working with like the Flynn group, right? I think Aisha would be able to give me some info on that. Silent Partner. Maybe I have some stuff. Hold on, let me see. What else did I have up here going on? Edgar Prince. Kushner. Coming off of Trump. How did Zelenko die then? He was only 49. I don't know. I just know he was Chabad Lubavitch, which is like the #1 troublemakers for the technocracy shit and the influence, and they're the black hats. Trevor Fitzgibbon was the media and PR guy for WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. Was it Silent Partner that was doing all that? Bought a Z-Stack. They said cancer he died from. Yeah. So I've been seeing stuff that ivermectin sterilizes people. And that, oh, you didn't take the COVID vaccine to sterilize yourself. So here's the ivermectin to sterilize yourself. Money goes to Merck. I don't know what to make of ivermectin. I'll put it as plain as I can. If they had to make it in a lab, it probably shouldn't be going in your body. That's where I sit. And ivermectin was made by a big pharma company. So I'm like, fuck that. Silent Partner and Night Management also do ops for Twitch and Kick. Wait, what's Night Management? Pushing all these poor countries into the European Union for the land. My ex-GF doctor always prescribed it. Seemed to work. Yeah, I don't know if I would, man. They previously managed Mr. Beast. So how are they connected with Silent Partner? Damn it. Media Group also funds Hassan Piker, who owns ivermectin, Novartis. It's Merck. Mass immigration into Europe. Soros invested $500 million in Open Society. Yep. Yep. So the Democrats fund bringing all of the immigrants in so that the Republicans can fund authoritarian measures that can be applied to United States citizens as an excuse to get all of them out. Mel K is part of the Flynn group. I wish I could see the clients of Silent Partner. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Ooh, Emily Mills. Can I look at their returns, maybe? Is there a way to look at that? Mel K, Charlie Ward, all of them were psyops. Yup. How do I look at their... Somebody know of a tool I can use for this? Annual reports? Silent Partner clients, maybe? Think these people do anything for a Klondike bar? Amen. That is absolutely true. No, this is a different Silent Partner. Damn. And I doubt it'd be on here, right? Maybe. Damn it. This is competitors. I want to look at competitors. Company info. There's no way to see that, is there? But you said so Silent Partner does work with Kick and Twitch? Cuz I know they were part of RFK's campaign. What's the name of the dude from England that did the documentary when Alex Jones sneaked into Bohemian Club? I'm not sure. RFK Jr. Oh no, they're gonna get me now. Works for BBC4. How the fuck do you get into Bohemian Grove so easily? You be Alex Jones. And you say, look, I'm only gonna give them what you guys want me to give them. And then you don't do anything else. And they're like, cool, thanks, bye. The Shernan Group. They just don't have one on Trevor Fitzgibbon. That's weird. All right. So what's this Palo Alto Networks? SCL Group. I've looked at this before. Oh, it owned Cambridge Analytica. Oh. Oh, wait a minute now. That's got to go up there with the Peter Thiel and Rebecca Mercer stuff, actually. Interesting. Rebecca Mercer. Yeah, Peter Thiel's Palantir was involved with all of that. Where you at, James O'Keefe? Helped me for a time. He wasn't talking about, and then I was done with him. Same with Rogan. They play stupid. Yeah. James O'Keefe, crystal ball that Sauron looked into in the Lord of the Rings. It absolutely is. O'Keefe was trained by Eric Prince, wasn't he? Just made a video where he says his life is in danger while he does the Madura hand symbol behind a brick wall. Yeah. James O'Keefe leaked the Cambridge Analytica stuff. Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was involved with Cambridge Analytica also? Is that true? Of course, and now most of them moved to Tel Aviv, which is scary. This is Nigel Oakes. SLC Group, Cambridge Analytica, Ted Cruz. Steve Bannon. Yep, sure enough. Steve Bannon was involved in Cambridge Analytica. More about James O'Keefe being trained by Eric Prince. How do we know that? Hold on. Eric Prince, Project Veritas. Albert Pike, 33-degree Mason, linked to Cambridge Analytica. Vincent Shinguiz, Black Cube. Contacted veteran spies for operations by Project Veritas. One of the former spies. Using a different alias. Spanberger. Both operations were run by Project Veritas. Both Project Veritas and Mr. Prince have ties to President Trump's aides and family. Former head of Blackwater Worldwide and the brother of Betsy DeVoe. He worked with the former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn during the presidential transition. Prince appears to have become interested in using former spies to train Project Veritas operatives in espionage tactics sometime during the 2016 presidential campaign. James O'Keefe, the head of Project Veritas, declined to answer detailed questions about Mr. Prince, but called his group a proud and independent news organization. No one tells Project Veritas who or what to investigate. Spanberger was my U.S. representative. I know she's CIA. She's running for VA governor now. What else do we have here? Eric Prince. I bet if I win Veritas. Prince's efforts were reportedly conducted to assist Project Veritas, a widely discredited conservative organization. So yeah, Prince was helping with Project Veritas the entire time. Vincent Shinguis. What's up, Quinn? How you doing? Investor in the company SCL Group, to an Iraqi Jewish family. Black Cube. Founded by Avi Yanis, a former IDF. How does this tie to Eric Prince? Harvey Weinstein stuff. Chiefin Biomed. Saturn worship. Yep. Black Cube. What's this? Cambridge Analytica. Alexander Nix. So, hold on. James O'Keefe. Project Veritas. Aaron Mate with the Gray Zone was the only one uncovering that connection reported with the Nation. A Yosemite Sam meme saying, "Do you like Jesus?" Gaber Mate's son. Who's Gaber Mate? Fake? So weird. Okay, so we need to get into the Ed Batowski thing still. Mate. Gabber Mate. I hate it. Ed Batowski. Laura Logan. Thomas Schoenberger. Emmanuel DeFango Chavez. You hear a pin drop in Rich's Omaha, Nebraska kitchen. Shadow box. Devin Nunes. It's connected to Ed Batowski. Psychologist doing lectures. Oh. So Julian Assange, WikiLeaks. That was all handled by Trevor Fitzgibbon and Shadowbox. Put Schoenberger over here. Shadowbox to Ed Batowski. So I'm trying to see their events. Dave Troy. Defeat the mandates. Chris Hedges. Fitzgibbon and Donna Schumann helped organize the Defeat the Mandates rally in 2022. What's this about the Mises Caucus? He seems to be a good guy, but then again, all these people are mostly... This has to do with like the Mises Caucus, right? Silent partner event Fitzgibbon. Is there a way to see all the events? Hedges is connected to the Real News Network in another thread. Rage Against the War Machine. This was me. Silent Partner Incorporated. Oh. Go away. PsyOps. William Binney. NWO. Michael Flynn. Hard to say. After being nominated, fired in 2014. With Kian. Bijan Kian. I guess was also part of the Flynn Intel group. FIG. Coolin is shady. Innovo. Worked with Cambridge Analytica in 2016. Digital Army. Brad Parscale. Where does Flynn come in? Flynn and the Russians. Eric York. Cambridge paid to Flynn is unknown. So he's also just directly connected to the Cambridge Analytica stuff. What was Mary Flynn O'Neill just talking about doing? Or didn't she just get something? Hold on. The War Machine has so many other connections. Dennis Knishish, Ron Paul, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. Silent Partner, America's Future.
and all your archangels, all of them.
And I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels.
We will not retreat. We will stand our ground.
I will not retreat. I will take my stand.
We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
In your name and the name of your legions.
Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions.
We are freeborn. We shall remain freeborn.
I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn.
Oh. Elena Blavatsky. Michael Aquino was a professor at Golden Gate University in San Francisco while Michael Flynn was a student. You all need to keep this in mind. Aquino brought Flynn up multiple times. Michael Flynn's job is to maintain the military-industrial complex, especially the one in Racine. Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino is that Satanist, right? Was my primary MK Ultra mind control programmer. Temple of Set. Fucking Racine. Yep, every time. Priest dedicated to the ancient Egyptian god Set since 1975, serving as the high priest of the International Temple of Set until 1996. An American political scientist, military officer, and prominent figure within Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. Aquino established the Temple of the United States in 1975. Ritual to invoke Satan, who purportedly revealed him to him a sacred manuscript known as the Book of Coming Forth by Night. Dennis Mann and Willie Browning, Temple of Set and Army Intelligence. Oh shit. Satan identified himself as Set, the name used by his followers in ancient Egypt, according to Aquino. Several dissatisfied members of LaVey's church. Okay. All right. I didn't expect that to take a Satanist turn, but all right, here we are. So Anton LaVey. Did I spell that right? Yeah. I forgot to capitalize the V. Church of Satan. What is it? Church of Set. Temple of Set. And I guess this is the Temple of Satan. So these guys, literal Satanists. And then you had Joe Rogan, right? He was hanging out with one of the LaVeys. Howard Levi, his real name, Set, is brother of Horus. Which is as opposed to coming forth by day, which is the Book of the Dead. Horus is the rising sun in the morning, set is sunset. Michael Aquino was a student of LaVey. Yeah. Satanist, a military official who specialized in psyops, founded the first tax-exempt and government-recognized satanic institution, the Temple of Set. Kino joined the military in 1968 and was an active member in Church of Satan from 1969. And I knew it was the Church of Satan. Wasn't Joe Rogan hanging out with one of the LaVeys? Abuse on children. No charges were brought against him because the CIA operative. It was a matter of national security. What the fuck? Finger Lakes is where Cornell University was established and is closely connected with Racine, the Second Great Awakening, and Book of Mormon, Olympia Brown, and women's suffrage. I was looking into this. Their god is Lucifer. They're involved with mind war propaganda campaign. Many Christians confuse the fake nation state of Israel with the Israel of the Bible, and it is not. It's mind control. Look into the connection between Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard. Be not deceived yet, many will fuck for the synagogue of Satan units. They expire easily. Fooled. Oh, cuck. I was like, wait a minute, what? Did we ever figure out why the Finger Lakes are tattooed on Hunter Biden's back? LaVey. So is Aquino? Yeah, Michael Aquino. Okay. Do we have any proof that Aquino was working with Flynn? Mike Flynn shares former U.S. Army. Doctrine needs to change fundamentally to accept models such as that outlined in Michael Aquino's Mind War, whereas practiced in Russia's Gerasimov doctrine. Aquino had a bid where he states 9/11 remote flown passengers executed, has so many ties to the UFO community as well. I think he knew John Bennett's father. Oh shit.
It's too dangerous. We have an upsurge even within the military of a problem of suicides. And you have a political system today that generally throws its hands up and doesn't know what to do because people get polarized. Look at what we have right now between the presidency and the Congress, with neither side being able to do anything anymore because they're simply at poles apart and nobody's interested in cooperating. So we've got to get people liking one another and working together. And what Mind War is suggesting is that a great deal of the factors which...
Zarab is another Flynn intel link to Erdogan. Rizab Zarab, he was one of the biggest head bankers and embezzlers of Iran. The ending of the words is Almsivi. Almsivi? I don't know what that is. Paul Vallely is a QAnon promoter who communicated with Michael Flynn. He wrote a manual on scaling up psychological operations. From PSYOP to Mind War.
Takes humanity beyond being a simple experience of something in time and place as a meat machine in the universe and raises it beyond that, frees it from that, takes you out of the restrictions of your four-dimensional existence into something else. This is a little bit like Obi-Wan Kenobi saying to Luke Skywalker, you've just taken your first step into a larger universe. So that was the experience. And when it was over, my first response to it was one of great bewilderment. I had not expected to run into Set. I had not expected the notion of creating something entirely new, such as the Temple of Set, and so radically different from what the Church of Satan had been. Up until then, I was a confirmed Satanist. I believed in Satan and the powers of darkness in that context.
Jesus, okay. Michael Aquino. Nine Angels, a neo-Nazi group. Paul Vallely wrote PSYOP's manual with Michael Aquino. Steve Bannon to Roger Stone. Paul Manafort. Forgot to add him to the list. We'll put him down here. And who's this Mike Vallely guy? Or Paul Vallely? He's a big Q person? Is that right? Learning so much. Everyone here is so knowledgeable. Kathy O'Brien claims Michael Aquino used her in a training video on how to use a stun gun filmed in Huntsville, Alabama. Jesuit logo is IHS with a cross. ISIS for a set. Turn the logo upside down. Spell shit. Video by the same title was reported found in the John Benet Ramsey household. The hardest thing for many is unlearning everything we've been taught. Vallely co-wrote that with Mike Flynn. Roger Stone, General Paul Vallely, Steve Bannon, Alex Jones, Donald Trump. Okay. So Paul Vallely. Who co-wrote the thing with Michael Aquino. I still don't know how Kirk Cameron's tied in all this. I know he's part of America's Future, but that's about all I know. Jack Posobiec, same with him. All right, so what else do we have on Liz Crokin, Joe Kent, and these other people part of America's Future? Because so far, I mean, it's looking pretty impressive. All these things and people he's got going for him. Not in a good way, obviously. I have a bunch of damning stuff on Liz Crokin. She's definitely a honeypot for Epstein survivors and Pizzagate. Hit me with them. Zarab's lawyer was Giuliani, so he ties to Trump too. Reza Zarab. Oh. Oh. What was the name of the start here? Where can I show you print screens? If you want to link your post, I'll just look at your post and we'll use any sources you have on that. And so you said this guy used the same lawyer as what's his name? As Giuliani? Joseph M. Camarata. Handling the high-profile case against Bill Clinton, represented Paula Jones. 7 women assaulted by Bill Cosby. Georgetown, so he's a Jesuit. I don't have posts. I just have a bunch of print screens with Liz's weird-ass tweets from back in the day. She also given a certificate of appreciation from George W. Bush. Sounds like a Persian name. If you want to DM them to me, we can do it that way. Reza Zerab. Agreed to a secret meeting with Zarab's attorneys, Rudy Giuliani, and former Attorney General Michael Mukasey. Ooh, do you have a link to that? I have a White House certificate of appreciation from the Bush and Obama administration in hotel service. Oh, Bush. Cannot message, sir, as I'm a pleb with an unverified account. One sec. Forget your Twitter handle. Uh, 19. Yeah. Boom. All right, now you can send it. Wikis page 7th paragraph under arrest in US. That's Zarab. Ah. Damn it. In return, the United States might release the two men's client, Reza Zarab. Hmm. Rudy Giuliani. Oh. Giuliani was also prominently hosted on InfoWars, if I remember correctly. Right? All right, let's see what we got from... Did you message me? Aha! Liz Crokin has blocked you. Oh! Oh! Starting a fund to raise money to pay for legal fees to fight exit censorship. Fund will also be used. Please donate if you're able to. My full testimony. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what's his name? I forget his name. That one guy. He has like 1.5 million followers or something. At the Miley Cyrus party. Cheese pizza, yeah. Cedars Sinai pizza party in a lot of crazy places. Never thought we'd have one in quarantine wearing medical masks. At least I got the good drugs that gave me sweet dreams. A hallucination about pizza. Don't care if you unfollow and block me because you have an idol. Liz Crokin is not a safe person or a legit source. It's funny when people get pissed off at me for things when I grew up in this. Blocks survivors. She's controlled opposition. Pizza box, red shoes. She called Richard Branson her hero. Lady Gaga her hero through a pizza party. Craig Sawyer, who worked for Hillary Clinton and was caught threatening people for exposing his connection to human trafficking. H. Blessington, who asked questions about Michael Flynn on a call, taking pictures with Nikki Sixx. Hung out with wife Courtney Bingham as well. Cedars Sinai Hospital, including a few hidden ones. I'm going to check out those tunnels. Dom Lucre, that's it. Allie Carter. Hilarious. What up, Indy? How you doing, man? We're looking into Liz Crokin a little bit. So Liz Crokin, she was friends with Lady Gaga, is that right? How Lady Gaga gave me the strength to move forward after sexual assault. This was in 2016. Herpes? Wait. Liz Crokin has herpes? Who are these people? Enter Lady Gaga. Posted support for Kesha on social media. Told myself to suck it up. Felt compelled to hunt her down, even if just for a second. Bro, Liz Crokin has herpes? Get too far ahead, but you'll want to connect John Singlaub, Michael Leedon, Barbara Leedon, Podesta, all connect to Flynn. Act for America is another. Back to Liz, Gaga, and Liv. Liz lived in the same building at one point. Ooh, do you have a link to that about them living together? We all know Gaga is very hypnotized by Abramovic. They even did that weird video with the Abramovici method. I blame Carl. Dude, Liz Crokin has herpes? Yikes. Liz and Laura Logan sabotaged Pizzagate with the help of others like Jack Posobiec. Okay, so you said... So how are these people connected? John Singlaub... I guess I've looked at him before. Why? There's the OSS. I was a monster, self-admitted. Gaga ate people cake. Yep. Spirit cooking. Yep. How's Singlaub, Oliver North? So you said Singlaub is David Rockefeller in his book Memoirs on page 405 say, for more than a century, ideological extremists at either end of the political spectrum have seized upon well-publicized incidents such as my encounter with Castro to attack the Rockefeller family for the inordinate influence they claim we wield over American political and economic institutions. Some even believe we're part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internet. One of Flynn's mentors, he started America's Future Incorporated Anti-Communist League, Operation Gladio. Ah. He was over Gladio? So Singlaub actually founded America's Future? Or hold on. Yep. Sure enough. And they named Michael Flynn the new head of America's Future. And then we also had Michael Leiden and Barbara Leiden. Who are they? Ledeen. Sorry. Michael Ledeen. He held the Freedom Scholar Chair at the American Enterprise Institute. Oh, shit. Wisconsin, Madison. Robert McFarlane. I know Robert McFarlane. Michael Ledeen. And Little Flower. I don't know what Little Flower is. I know I don't like it. I don't like the sound of it. See, I know about Rob McFarlane because he is part of the IP3 International shit, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, so I have this whole other thing here that Mike Flynn was a part of. I guess we'll do this. Move Joe Burkett up here. We'll move him over for now. So I can grab all of this. This was all the IP3 International shit. I don't even know where to put this. Maybe here? Maybe. Oh, God. He was Bush's NSA. He is CFR. Ledeen, our husband and wife, helped write A Clean Break for BB with others. Ledeen is also a close friend of Flynn's. They wrote a book together. Oh, shit. Okay. One sec. I'm going to take this. Put it down here. We're gonna move the Flynn Intel group over a little bit. And then we have Robert McFarlane here, which I'll probably move over. We already have Ronald Reagan. Derek Harvey, Keith Alexander, David Petraeus. This is for those having a hard time keeping up, this is stuff that I've already previously researched to do with the IP3 International deal that was going on, where they were trying to sell nuclear energy to like Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It was Michael Flynn, Robert McFarlane, Jared Kushner. It's Jared Kushner, can go back up to Donald Trump. And then we have, let's see, Joseph or wait, was it Ladine? It was Ladine and McFarlane, yeah, okay. Yep, the Iran-Contra shit. Oh, misspelled that. Michael Ladine. Little Flower is the new arm of AFI that allegedly saves children. They wrote a book together? Do you have the name of that book? Michael Ladine. Vladimir Putin, Jill Stein. Field of Fight. They create sides to provoke turmoil. It's their secret sauce, old protocols. Yep. Mary Flynn runs it, huh? Little Flower. Hold on, I gotta get these other names here. What was the other one? Barbara Ladine and Podesta. Juliette Bryant to stay away from Liz Crokin, seeing how she's starting to be among the few victims of the Epstein list that are still alive. Field of Fight. Michael Flynn and Michael Ladine. Sure enough. God damn it. Just when you think you know a guy. Little Flower should not be red. It should be blue. Podesta brothers, of course, are pedos. Yep. So how is Podesta connected with Flynn? The Heritage Foundation, huh?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Heritage Foundation and our Douglas and Sarah Allison Auditorium. We, of course, welcome those who join us on our heritage.org website on all of these occasions. Would remind our guests here in the audience, if you'll be so kind to check cell phones and other mobile devices to see that.
All right. Well, that just makes me want to go pull up the Racine stuff about the Heritage Foundation. Which I think is somewhere on here. There it is. Who was that? Abraham Accords Peace Institute. The Heritage Foundation, which I think I have some other stuff on them, but not as much as I should. I know Ted Cruz is part of Heritage. Could have swore someone else was too. Gene Hamilton, Ronald Reagan, John Ratcliffe. Donald Trump, I think, is the presidency that they wanted Ronald Reagan to have. I might have to move Reagan and let's get rid of that. We're going to move Reagan down here. We'll bring... Oh, I already had Michael Leadon. Okay. Whoops. Trump ran in 2000. Wait, what? Phyllis Schlafly and her org to Flynn as well, all part of the Anti-Communist League BS, direct connections to Nazis and Mossad. Trump ran for president in 2000? Is that true? Damn, I didn't even know that. So, Phyllis Schaff, how do you spell that? Chafly. Schlafly. Barry Goldwater. The Rotary Engine, like Rotary Club. Phi Beta Kappa. American Enterprise Institute. Who was the guy we were just looking at that was part of AEI? Was it Leadin or... Or no, it wasn't Leadin that was with, it was Singlob, wasn't it? Maybe it was Ladine. Yeah. Okay. It was Ladine. Robert McFarlane. Ronald Reagan. Oh. Okay. Singlaub is the guy. No, it was AEI, American Enterprise Incorporated. This one. Or Institute. American Enterprise Institute. JD Vance is from there, and so is Sally Sadel. So how's there has to be a Candace, just like there is an AOC, actors that please both sides of the NPCs. AEI is Ladine. Trump ran in 2000 under the Reform Party. So how does Schlafly connect to Flynn? Republican in 1987. Oh. Oh, I see, through AFI. And she's Phi Beta Kappa with people like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. I think Candace was Phi Beta Kappa. And American Enterprise Institute. Schlafly was big in the 70s. Wasn't both Candace Owens and AOC on a talent agency and got recruited? American Film Institute. I mean, everyone is related somehow through these orgs. America's Future Incorporated is what AFI is. So I have some stuff on AEI, with JD Vance up here. So let me grab all that really quickly. Because that was Sally Sadel and the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma and all that shit. So let me grab that. Because that's what Sally Sadel was using to push the opioid crisis disinfo. And it's a subsidiary of Purdue Pharmaceuticals. Which is owned by the Sacklers. Giving pledge out of here. Our Ohio Renewal, which was run by JD Vance. Opioid Crisis, which I guess I'll do in purple. Yeah, so this whole thing with AEI, Sally Sadel was using it to like do a bunch of PR for Purdue Pharmaceuticals during the opioid crisis, where she was like talking to Purdue doctors and stuff before she'd write articles and like work with them on pieces. And she was like trying to convince, basically she was trying to sway American sentiment to prescribe more opioids and to lower ages as low as 11. And then when JD Vance was picked as governor of Ohio, he said he was going to fight opioids and picked Sally Sadel to do the opioid study that was happening. Nothing ever came of it, and she got $70,000 for her participation. Palantir all in the service of orcs, yeah. AOC is on the CAA UTA agency. Sackler Art Museum is part of the Smithsonian. I will shit on anyone that tries to own or shit us normies, including Trump. Ooh, what's this?
Guilty on 34 counts, and I'm not running away from it. In fact, I'm biking towards it. I'm off of Burke Center Parkway right now with a Trump sign on my back that I have as a backpack, and I'm getting a lot of honks. Do not cower, do not run.
I hate this guy. Pressler. Scott the Peddler Pressler. Stop the Steal rallies. Raiklan was at the March to Save America rally with Pressler. What is this? Ashley Hayek. Roger Stone, Alex Jones, Scott Pressler, Benny Johnson, Sebastian Gorka, Michael Flynn, Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani. So what is this exactly? March to Save America rally. Okay. TPUSA. Ivan Raiklin right there. All right, so March to Save America rally. Hold on, let me rearrange some of this stuff here. You had Scott Jarnigan, who's over Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, which is Larry Ellison. You had Ultra Scale Digital Infrastructure, you had CloudSphere Consulting, and you had Mission Critical Group, which I feel like I've heard associated with Flynn from time to time. I'm going to add the marches and shit. Can you see who held the march? Like who was responsible for organizing the event? Because I swear to God, if it was Trevor Fitzgibbon, I'm done. I'm done. Which we're almost at time for stream. Holy shit, I didn't even realize. Gary Cohn. The easiest way to show you connections. Videos if you need proof. Sending the X links, not sending for likes. So many of these clowns intentionally try to sabotage. Michael Flynn, Joe Flynn, Michael Flynn Jr., Mike Cernovich, Joe Hoft, Rose Tennant, Dylan Wheeler, Cassandra Fairbanks, Jack Posobiec, David Doc Efrig, Assad Media Matrix, Loomer, Cernovich. Cernovich is someone else that I need to become more familiar with also. Surrey Green Energy Center. It's connected to Dominion. Energy and Green Energy Partners. There we go. This is the gist of the IP3 International scandal, if anybody wants to look at that. Someone should tell that guy on the bike MAGA is the highest level of hierarchy in the Church of Satan, and in Latin means poisoner. Truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. So this Schlafly lady, did I put her on here? Maybe I haven't yet. I thought I did. Where did I put Schlafly? Oh, there she is. Okay. So, Jack Posobiec, Mary O'Neill. Who else was there? Mike Cernovich. Was that Joe Kent? Joe Flynn and Joe Hoft. Mike Cernovich. Do they ever get tired of all the Mikes and Michaels? Truth, the new hate speech. Yeah, I'll get axed at YouTube soon. Steinem is CIA, of course, divide and conquer. That's the name of the game, unfortunately. Yep. All right, so unfortunately, we are at time. I usually stop the stream at 8, but it is almost 8:30. I did put a hard cutoff at 8:30, so Twitter is going to axe the stream in about 2 minutes. So let me do my best. Michael Flynn, America's Future. You have Laura Logan, Ivan Rakelin, Josh Hammer, Mary Flynn O'Neill, Kirk Cameron, Jack Poso, Joe Kent, Charles Koch, Mike Smith, and by extension Liz Crokin, who did the Pizzagate stuff. Laura Logan, she's married to intelligence contractor Joe Burkett. She's friends with Ed Batowski, who was wrapped up in the Seth Rich wiretapping scandal through Shadowbox, which was Michael Levine, Manuel Chavez, Thomas Schoenberger, Trevor Fitzgibbon, who runs Silent Partner, who was behind RFK Jr.'s PAC. Also involved was WikiLeaks, Matt Couch, Malia Zimmerman. Laura Logan's husband was part of Lincoln Group, which was also part of the Joint Psychological Operations Support. That got rolled into Strategic Social, which was run by Matt Big of Milcom Technologies, Mesh Networks, Mountain Runner Institute, Tillman Military Scholar, and Hover Software. Strategic Social got rolled into Constellus, which is what Blackwater became. So from Blackwater, it went to Academy to Constellus after they merged with Triple Canopy with people like Juliet Protus, Thomas McNanny, Jay Christie, Tom Cadis, Matt Mann, Greg Mulligan, and Matt Luckett. Blackwater is obviously Eric Prince, connected to Edgar Prince. You had Kofor Black, Al Clark, and then David Lopez. Eric Prince trained James O'Keefe and helped set up Project Veritas. He runs the Unplugged phone through Iran Karpin, which is part of the NSO group, which is Q Cyber Technologies, which is OSY Technologies that Michael Flynn gets money from. Mike Flynn's been on InfoWars. Jerome Corsi, friends with Ted Malek, part of the United Nations, U.S. State Department, WEF, and Committee on Foreign Relations. Good friends with Roger Stone. They're all friends with Alex Jones. Flynn is connected to Millie Weaver, who did the Shadowgate project with Patrick Berge. Also Alex Jones. Michael Flynn is connected to Dustin Nemos. Eric Prince is sister of Betsy DeVoe, who is married to Dick DeVoe, which helps fund Blaze Media. Blaze TV is Dave Rubin, Glenn Beck, Jason Whitlock, Daniel Horowitz, Sarah Gonzalez, Mark Levin, Steve Deese, among others. You have, obviously, Flynn's connection to Donald Trump. Donald Trump just appointed Michael Flynn to the U.S. Military Academy, along with David Bellavia, Wesley Hunt, Dan Walrath, and Steve Bannon's daughter. You also saw Donald Trump appoint Dina Powell, Charlie Kirk, and Tommy Tuberville to the Air Force Board of Visitors. Obviously, Flynn is connected to Milo, who worked at Breitbart with Steve Bannon, who's close with Brock Pierce, who did the alleged child rapes. You have Milo has also worked with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kanye West, and Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes used to work with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, obviously, over the Daily Wire, which is Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, and Reagan Conrad. They're all sponsored by this Pure Talk bullshit that also sponsors Steven Crowder, Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, and all these people. Michael Knowles, Megyn Kelly, Buck Sexton. Well, they're all funded by Tax Network USA, but a lot of these people are funded by Pure Talk. Dennis Prager of PragerU. You have also funding Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr.'s 1789 Capital, which is Rebecca Mercer, Omid Malik, and Peter Thiel. Connected to Robert Mercer, who is behind Milo. You have the Cambridge Analytica, Palantir, SLC Group, which Flynn was also getting paid by. He went to that dinner with Vladimir Putin and Jill Stein. You have his connections to Erdogan and Reza Zarrab, the Flynn Intel Group, which was Fig Aviation and Fig Cyber. Fig Cyber is run by Tim Newberry, who runs White Canvas Group and Black Horse Solutions, which gets contracts from the Pentagon. He's also over 1011 Ventures. He was part of this VizSense thing, which was getting paid by the Donald Trump campaign via Colt Ventures through Darren Blanton. And that was going to John Iadinisi and Tim Newberry. John Iadinisi was part of the DOD. Flynn is connected to Paul Manafort, and Paul Manafort obviously to Donald Trump. Rudy Giuliani was also on InfoWars. We have Mike Cernovich. We have Phyllis Schlafly, who is Phi Beta Kappa, American Enterprise Institute, which is part of the opioid crisis, through Sally Sadel, who was working for Purdue Pharmaceuticals, which was funded by the Sackler family, and Our Ohio Renewal came from J.D. Vance, who also worked at AEI and under the name James Bowman before he was tapped to be VP. Let me just add that little fun fact in there really quickly. And that's also how he's connected to Sally Sadel. I'll put the Sackler family up here. You have the IP3 International stuff, which saw Michael Flynn, Jared Kushner, and Robert McFarlane trying to sell nuclear energy. You also had Derek Harvey, who was connected to David Petraeus, who was part of Obama's intelligence administration. He's over KKR and Co., and he was part of U.S. Central Command. You had Keith Alexander from the NSA, the Surrey Green Energy Center, which owns Dominion Energy and Green Energy Partners. You have Caddis Cloud Solutions, Scott Jarnigan over Oracle, Ultrascale Digital Infrastructure, CloudSphere Consulting, and Mission Critical Group. You have Michael Flynn's connections to Michael Ledeen and the Heritage Foundation. You have his connections to Paul Vallely and Michael Aquino, which is the Church of Satan and Temple of Set. I think that's all of it so far. The March for the Mandate stuff, the Ivan Raiklin stuff, all that shit's going to come very soon. And it's all going to tie back into the Racine stuff, inevitably. Thank you, Seven Oz, Cocoa Biscuits, Seven Seas. I learned and I'm unlearning a lot. You're most welcome. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all. Patrick Byrne. Yeah, that'll have to wait for the next episode. But that's what we have so far mapped out of just the Michael Flynn network. It's obviously going to go... It's going to get bigger as we go. But just know that, like, Shadowbox, Silent Partner, the America's Future stuff, the Eric Prince stuff, the Cambridge Analytica stuff, all this shit's all connected to each other, man. All of it. Also, for parting information, according to Liz Crokin has herpes. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much. We'll be live again tomorrow.
you.